Hello, we're live. I feel like I haven't been live in a while, even though I was just live on Wednesday night. I think. I don't remember. I feel like it's been a long time. It has been a long time since I've done like an all-day writing session with y'all. I think the last one we did was during the May Wordy Writer Challenge. Because when I was updating my graphics, it had, I think, it had May something. My husband just got home, so I do have my phone, so I can set up a forest room code real quick. They still have Pokemon going on. Let me change this, and I'll get a forest room code for y'all. And then I'll get to the comments, and then we'll start our all-day live stream. Woohoo! Okay. Forest room code is 5DQGN33SG. 5DQGN33SG. That is now scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Let me change this to 4 minutes. We'll start the first sprint in 4 minutes. I'm trying out a new timer that Devin used. I love it. Okay. Alex is here. Hi, friends. Happy Sunday. Using this first stream for productivity and reading. I'll be writing during the later stream once T is in bed. Yes. This first stream for me, I'm going to do a little bit of cleanup because it's chaotic mess because I brought stuff out to the living room yesterday to do some sprinting, and I ended up taking a nap on the couch, but all of my stuff was out there, and now it's just like kind of in a mess right here on the desk, and it's making me claustrophobic. And then set up my daily spreads, and then reread some stuff before I actually do some writing. Jen is here. Hi, Jen. All good. The husband literally came as I like hit start, so I had to go open the door for them and everything because he didn't bring his house keys. But no, the phone is back. They were gone for like 2 hours doing Pokemon stuff, and he charged my phone while he was doing it. So, yay. Lene, hello, welcome. And Nikki is here. Katrina's here. Yeah, my desk is a lot right now. Yeah, I've got like binders. I've got my 3 drinks. I've got a good old Bloody Mary. I've got my coffee, and I've got my liquid IV. And then I've got a whole bunch of chaotic mess that needs to get cleaned up. How is everyone's month going? Are you hitting your goals pretty well? Are we behind? What's going on with you guys this month? I am behind on the actual writing goals, like the word count. But I've been doing a lot of actual like writing adjacent stuff. I rewrote and edited episodes 1, 2, and 3 for my Kindle Vella that I have up and published on Kindle Vella for right now. It's like a special 3-episode drop before regular scheduling happens in August. So it's just kind of like a little preview, and I'm super excited about that. And I'm also going to have that on my Patreon and my Ream. And on my Patreon and Ream, it's going to be early released, kind of like it'll be posted on there when it's written, as to where on Kindle Vella it's going to be, episodes are going to drop every Tuesday and Friday. So that's what I'm doing for that. I also have to do, I want to do at least Patreon and Ream for my contemporary romance. So I have to get that set up. And yeah, I don't know how many words I've actually written this month. I don't think it's been a lot. I think it's just the episodes that I've written for the Kindle Vella. Um, which I think is like just under 5,000 words. So I'm a little behind. Little behind. That reminds me I probably need to drink some water. Go get water and whatever else you want. I am like constantly having 3 beverages around me at all times, it seems. As I like spill. That's great. Nope, I didn't sprint last week because I was so tired every night. It was a wild one. Totally get it. Sometimes we have those days or weeks. I'm getting a late start this month. I'm at about 1K so far. I need to bust out some words. Well, hopefully today will help you. I'm going to be on this first stream till at least probably like 6 p.m. Central Time. And then I'll go on another stream at 7:30 Central Time just to give myself an hour and a half break to eat dinner and whatnot. I have gotten my client work done and all, so it's fine, but just on the weekends. Yeah. My progress is laughable. I know. But you have to catch up soon, don't you? Because I feel like you can't really push yours too much further, if at all. I can already tell you I'm probably not going to get the first draft of Project Catalina / Project Maple Springs done by the end of this month because I have not touched it in a while. The fantasy romances have been calling to me, so I've been going with the flow of things. Micaiah, popping in during my 15-minute break. Hope everyone has a wonderful day. Oh, thank you for dropping by. I hope you have a good day. Yep, I can't push anything else. Yeah. Life just keeps coming at me. I know. Ugh. I feel like life needs to just like slow down a little bit. Okay. Why don't we get this first sprint started? Break time's over. All right, I'll see you guys back in 25 minutes. Happy sprinting. Okay, and that was that sprint. How did we do? Oh, I want to change that. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Forest. I feel so out of it right now. Okay. Let's go ahead and do the Sunday tree for Sunday. I'm really out of it. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, new room code for forest is 559A86 KSG. 559A86 KSG, and that is now scrolling at the bottom of the screen. I got my spread started. Decided to do Animal Crossing washi because I don't have Pokemon washi, and that was like the closest thing since my husband's been doing a lot of Pokemoning on my phone. I figured it was only fitting. Okay. To the comments. Kelly is here. Hello, babe. I'm reading Things We Left Behind by Lucy Score. Nice. That is I don't have it in here. Is that the second or third one? Or is that the first one? Is it the blue, pink, or purple? 565 words. Yes, Jen. Picked out some character names, fixed some notes in the story. 113 new words on this chapter. Yes. I'm so tired. The toddler is toddlering and it's too late for caffeine. Oh no. Oh no. I'm so sorry. Oh. It's the purple one. It's the third one. Okay. I have the second and third one out in the living room that I borrowed from the library, but I haven't read them yet. I did really like the first one, even though it was a little on the longer side. I still really liked it. I've heard mixed thoughts about book number 2, but I've heard really great things about book number 3. So take that as you will. I also opened up my bullet journal for the HB90, and I haven't done anything since Wednesday night. So that's great. What did I do this past weekend that I just feel like so lost? What was Friday? Oh, Friday, I ended up having to do a last minute like Sam's Club trip for my mom. And so I dropped the kids off at my grandpa's where my mom was. Because if I take them into Sam's Club, I can't get a whole lot of things because they're like in and out of the cart. They're driving me crazy. And I had to get like an entire cart full of stuff. So I did that. And then I was at my pops's for a little bit. He was getting all new appliances. And then came home and I think I did a little bit of writing adjacent stuff because I had to do some graphics and I did like an Instagram post, but that was earlier in the morning. And then Amelia had karate. And then yesterday, I attempted to do things and I ended up taking a nap instead. And then watched Back to the Future and then watched Twister with the kids. I miss when he was a potato and I could strap him to my chest and do whatever. Yes, or like when you put them down and you knew that when you got back to them, they would be in the same position. Yes. Once they are on the move, they are never not on the move. I personally loved like the newborn stage. Maybe not at the time of the newborn stage, but once they were out of the newborn stage, I missed the newborn stage. Now I'm chasing his crazy ass around the house, like, "Don't grab that sharp object, please." Yes. Or with mine, Polly, he's 5, but he has ADHD. I know for a fact. It has not been diagnosed, but I know for a fact. And, it's, like, in one ear, out the other, and there have been a couple of times where he would, like, go and want to touch the stove or the oven while it's on. And I'm like, no, hot. And he's like, hot? And I'm like, yeah, hot. Don't touch. He'll touch it anyways. And he's like, oh, hot. And I'm like, yeah. And then he would like go and do it again. I'm like, what? I thought when you would learn your lesson. He doesn't always learn his lesson the first, second, or third time. It's crazy. But yes, keeping them alive can be a struggle when they do stupid things. The heat is zapping my brain and energy. LOL, I'm counting down the days until fall. Yeah, it's really hot outside today by me. It's showing 86, but I don't know what that is with the heat index. I would have to look it up. Weather. Yeah. Let's see. It's supposed to get to be a high of 90 today. So it is 85 right now, but it feels like 89. So that's cool. Huh? Okay. I'll claim it right now, John. You're fine. It's been claimed. They were in a party. I was doing what I could at times. Is the okay, the forest is still foresting. Perfect. Okay. The fact did I finish this? Sorry. This can't be the same sun that we grew up with. Oh, I just can't do hot anymore. It might just be I feel like the older we get, our hormones change, and when our hormones change, we can take heat less than we were when we were little. I don't know. Maybe that's that's what I think. I don't know. I mean, I do think it's gotten a little warmer over the years, but not like extremely warmer. You know what I mean? It's crazy. The fact parents with young kids write at all is impressive to me. I didn't. It's a struggle. Alex is amazing with it though. She does so well. I'm slightly jealous of how much she's able to accomplish with having a toddler because mine are 5 and 7, and they're not as they're a little bit more independent right now, but I still can't get a whole lot of things done with them. And yes, and now Katrina's got the grand. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard. It's definitely hard. What helps is that is loud. What helps is being able to have a very nice support system. I have that with not only my husband, but also if I need to drop off the kids to my father-in-law's for a couple of hours, I can do that. And my mom is fantastic. So like I have a really great support system, but I don't utilize it as much as I probably should. I just realized I haven't talked this whole time. I got 2 index cards that sprint. Nice, Nikki. Yes. All right. We're going to go ahead and start this sprint. And I will see you guys back in 25 minutes. Happy sprinting. Okay, and that was that sprint. How did we do? Let's start that break. Let me get a new forest room started for us. I finished going through my HB90 bullet journal and added all of the tasks that I need for today. I updated that on this timer because that's what I really love about this Pomodoro timer is that you can add these like tasks and then you can just like mark off what you've done. So like here's all this stuff that I've already done today before I started doing any of like my writing stuff. And then I've got some stuff completed from like last week when I was toying with this. So I think that's really cool that we're able to do these tasks on this timer. It's awesome. Let's go ahead and do a watermelon. And the new room code for forest is 5772H22SG. 5772H22SG. And that is now scrolling at the bottom of the screen. And I'm currently figuring out how I want my spreadsheet for how I'm like keeping track of my episodes. So I know the first 10 episodes are going to be the introduction episodes for each of the main contestants because they each have their own POV. And so I'm trying to figure out how I want to show it on the spreadsheet. So far I have like the season, the episode number, the 3-act setup so that I can like figure out where Act 1 or obviously I know where Act 1 starts, where Act 2 starts, where Act 3 starts, and then see if I can connect either the Save the Cat beats or the Romancing the Beat beats. And then I have a column for short arcs, long arcs, the POV, and the episode description. I had started doing this last Wednesday. Was it? No, last Thursday when I think it was 4th of July. When I was doing a late night stream last week and I like started doing a spreadsheet. It was looking pretty. I am trying to remember how I had it set up for that because I was liking how it was. And I know I'm missing a few columns and it's driving me nuts. But for those of you who weren't here on did I stream on Thursday? Because I feel like I was talking to you guys about how I lost some of my work. Like, oh my gosh. Okay, now I'm just like losing time. Anyways, I'm working on a spreadsheet. It's basically going to be an outline, but also like data to figure out how many episodes I have per season. And yeah. So, anyways, you can ignore me. Jen got 550 words that last sprint. That's amazing. And going before we went on the sprint during the last break, we were talking about kids and how hard it is to write when we have little kids. Having a village makes all the difference, without a doubt. I feel like if I feel so bad for the parents out there that don't have a village, because I cannot imagine not having the village that I have. Let's see. I am gonna have to heat up this coffee because it got cold. Let's see. I think I already marked off the tasks that I've done. Yep. Oh, you know what? I can add a new task to this. Spreadsheet for failed secrets. We're going to put that up here. Okay. HP 90 and is that the third sprint? Yeah. No. Yeah. How many sprints have we done? Been live for an hour and 20. We started sprinting probably 20 minutes in, so an hour. Okay, so no, this is going to be the third sprint. So HP 90 and putting together a spreadsheet. Okay. I hope my husband knows that he is in charge of dinner tonight, because clearly I'm busy. I think we're going to be starting the third one. I'm almost positive. Hour and 20. Didn't start probably until 15 minutes into starting the stream. So that's about an hour ago. And then 25 minutes per sprint, plus the 10-ish minutes between breaks. If I'm doing the math correctly, that's 2 that we've done. Hey everyone, about 2/3 into final edits before I send out my document for beta readers. How is everyone? That's exciting. That is so exciting. I'm doing okay. I'm trying to get back on track. It was 3 because I was on for the first, and then 2 I missed because I had baby G. Are we sure? I feel like we've only done 2 sprints. Let's see. All right, almost an hour and a half. So hour and a half minus the 50. That leaves 40 minutes. But minus the 15 from before leaves 25 minutes. I think we've only done 2. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. Seriously, you're welcome. That is so exciting. I can't do anything. When you said baby G, I just figured the baby grand. The grandbaby. Like that's what went in my mind. Oh, well, that's cool then. I've been keeping up with the runt. He's all over the place. Yeah. Kids, man. Alrighty, are we ready to start the next sprint? I don't see anyone in the forest app. Do we need a couple minutes if you want to do the forest? I'm definitely gonna have to heat up my coffee. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and start this next sprint. I will see you guys back in 25 minutes. Happy sprinting. Okay, and that was that sprint. How did we do? I am figuring out the first 10 episodes. I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wrong mouse. Let me. Okay, let's start the break. We're going to add that. I need to, you know what? Let's change this to the 9 minutes. Okay. That way. All right. Let me. Get a new room code for us. Okay, new room code is 3SNBZ9SSG. 3SNBZ9SSG. It is now scrolling at the bottom of the screen. And worked on spreadsheet / outline. Okay, and I will get to the comments in just a second. Alrighty. Dang it, I just got back when you said, okay, let's start the tree. Sorry, Nikki. 586 words and forgot to join the forest room. It's okay. It's totally okay. So with this Kindle Vella story that I'm doing, it's inspired by the Fey realm and dating shows. So like reality dating shows. So like Love is Blind, Love Island, The Bachelor / Bachelorette. It's got like those vibes, and it's actually because there is a reality dating competition that the characters are going through. So there's 5 Fae suitors and 5 human participants, and each one of them has a POV. And the whole reason why I'm doing this spreadsheet is so that I can keep up with all of the different POVs and make sure that I'm like at least staying somewhat consistent with how many scenes each POV has, whether or not they go in the same order, because they're not going to go in the same order. But it can be a little confusing in my head while I'm trying to figure things out. So that's what I'm doing with this spreadsheet. So like, I wish I was a little bit further with this spreadsheet, but I feel like it needs to take its time because it's a little complicated. But I'm hoping that as I'm writing it, it's not complicated to the reader. I don't think it will be. Audrey Carlin does this similarly with her marriage auction series, and I've read the first 3 volumes of that, and it's not complicated to keep up with that many POVs as a reader, or at least I didn't think so. But when I'm trying to figure things out, it's a little complicated. That's why I need this spreadsheet. And I'm so mad at myself that the spreadsheet that I started this for sometime last week, I think it was Thursday, didn't save. I thought it was auto saved and it didn't save. And I'm so mad at myself that I didn't make sure that it was auto-saved because almost everything is auto-saved for me. And I forgot to mark that as autosave. And now I'm like trying to figure out what I had in that spreadsheet that I can put in this spreadsheet because I had quite a bit done, and it's really irritating and frustrating. But yeah. So I've got the descriptions for the first 4 episodes in here, and I'm also like color coding it by POV. I have no idea what the short or long arcs are going to be yet. I need to do a lot of brainstorming on this. A lot of brainstorming. I have like a whole bunch of like scene like possibilities and ideas running around in here, but I don't know what's actually going to show up on page. And it probably sounds more complicated than it actually is. And I'm probably making it more complicated than it actually is. Maybe I'm just overthinking things. My husband and his brother are in the living room and they're still working on Pokemon Go. They're hilarious. Let's see. I love him. John, you're the best. My brother-in-law's ordering fry the coop for dinner. Yes. Yes. Oh. Okay, I just got super excited for dinner. Oh, okay. They keep inviting me to the party challenges for their Pokemon, and I keep like not participate. Like I keep like entering in it, but I'm not like actually doing anything because I'm working on stuff. But at the end of it, I keep getting these Pikachus. So I'm catching these Pikachus at least. And they're cute. They have crowns. They're super cute. Fry the Coop is a restaurant chain near us. I think there's at least 2 open near us. They do Nashville hot chicken sandwiches. So I'm going to get a Nashville hot chicken sandwich for dinner, which I've been craving anyways. And some fries. It's so good. Mm-mm. How's everyone's weekend been? Have y'all been busy or taking it easy? I feel like I've been a little busy, but also trying to take it pretty easy as well. We're having spaghetti because it's hot outside. It's so hot outside. I don't blame y'all. Amelia requested pizza yesterday, and I didn't even not want to put the oven on last night, but we also didn't have very much anything else to really make, and we didn't really want to spend money ordering either. So I just sucked it up and made the pizza. This week was icky. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope this upcoming week is better for you. All right. Are we ready for this next sprint? Whew. Oh, Taylor's live right now too, isn't she? Actually, she's probably almost over. Okay. We're going to go ahead and I'm starting the tree. And I'll see you guys back in 25 minutes. Happy sprinting. Okay, and that was that sprint. How did we do? Let me set up a new forest room. We're going to go ahead with these pretty flowers. So as I'm brainstorming scenes, I realize I don't know a whole lot about my characters other than their names, what they look like, how old they are, and like the two main girls that I've written so far, I know a little bit more of their backstory, but the other girls, I have no idea. So I need to do a lot of character work. So I started picking out colors because there's 10 different POVs. I need different colors. Otherwise, my brain's gonna go crazy. Let me update this real quick. New room code for the Forest app is 3B PPEVTSG. 3B PPEVTSG. It is now scrolling at the bottom of the screen. If you want to plant a tree with me. Okay, and to the comments. You'll be on vacation this upcoming week. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I realized that when I looked at the time. She would have been I pulled up the grainy live, and she was in the Midnight's set, which is the last set. So I missed everything. I did hear that she came out with a new Speak Now dress, which boggles my mind. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, yes, vacation time is always nice. Hello, Tessa. Tessa has joined us. As someone who writes romance, what's something you love seeing in a book with romantic elements, and what's a turnoff? Let's see. A turnoff for me is honestly the biggest turnoff I have with romance books is when they are marketed as romance books and they're not actually romance books. I'm looking at the marketing team behind most of Emily Henry's books. I love Emily Henry's books, the majority of them. But specifically with Happy Place, I feel like it was marketed so much as a romance, and it was not a romance. The romance plot definitely took a back seat, and I hate when books that should be women's fiction or book club fiction market towards a different genre when it's not that genre. Like, it's okay to market it the way it is and say that there's a romantic subplot. I would still read it if I was interested in it. But I hate when books are marketed as a romance and they end up not being a romance, because when you're a romance reader, you go into a book with certain expectations. And I hate when those expectations are not met. Something I love seeing in a book, obviously my favorite tropes. If I see anything to do with enemies to lovers, fake relationship, forced proximity, like I gravitate towards those the most. Marriage of convenience, even. And then obviously I love a whole lot of other tropes, but those are like my top tier. But yeah. There we go. My book definitely has romantic elements. We see a couple of the characters get pregnant with their partners and be happy about it, and it does have a happy ending. But I don't think it quite fits into the romance subgenre. I think it's more of a subgenre. Yeah, and that's okay. It's totally okay to have that. I see it mostly in traditional publishing when they're marketing a women's fiction book. They try to basically reap the benefits that the romance genre has. Um, but it's not necessarily a romance. It's, if it's not women's fiction, it could be just like a contemporary um, genre. I want to call my book women's fiction because the main story really is between the elderly widow and the young single mom, and romance is more of a subplot. But I've heard so many people get upset about the term women's lit for women's fiction. I definitely miss the days when you could say something like that without offending half the readers. Why do people get offended with the term women's lit or women's fiction? I have heard that people get offended, but I don't know the reasoning as to why. I get more offended when they put it into a category that it's not. Like, there's definitely certain expectations for romance books to meet. And a lot of the times, um, when it's literally a women's fiction book, it doesn't meet the romance um, check boxes. There is forced proximity in the book. We have the young single mom suddenly finding herself working with a male coworker who she develops feelings for despite being burned by the first man she waiting for the next was with. Maybe that is what it's supposed to be. Let's see. What are other genre categories? Like women's fiction books, isn't it basically a fictional story where the main storylines are about women? Like, I don't understand why that offends people. Unless I'm getting that wrong. Am I getting that wrong? Isn't that what women's fiction is supposed to be? I don't know. I don't know. Thanks a lot for the feedback. Really appreciate it. I hope it helped a little bit. Mm-mm. Like, as for my fantasy romances, it's a little bit more fantasy than like my contemporary romances are like fully romances. As for my fantasy romances, I do dabble with like the world building a lot more in the fantasies, but it's still where like the fantasy element is still like a 40 or 45% take, and the romance is still the 55% take. Um, so like it still qualifies as being the main genre as romance, and then the subgenre is fantasy. But as far as women's lit offending people, they say we don't call any other book men's literature. We just call it a book. Well, yeah, because we live in a man's world, and for the when books were first getting like published, it was more males that were being published than women. So they created the women's fiction category. Then if they get offended, then it should just be fiction. Like, take women's fiction out completely. But I think it is still I feel like it should still be there because women's fiction is essentially a fictional story where the main storylines are about women in general. Like, it's about their storylines. It's not about, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. One person was quite offended to the point she called it cringing to even put your book under that category in this day and age, which I thought was a bit ridiculous, but to each their own. It is a little bit ridiculous, I think. I don't know. A part of me wishes that we could just go back to the 90s where people didn't get as offended as they do now. That's what I mean. I really want to put my book under women's literature, but I don't want to turn off a bunch of readers because of that choice, even if it makes the most sense. I say do what makes the most sense because you will find the readers for that story. And if it makes the most sense to put it under women's fiction, then that's what it needs to be. You can also put it under, I would say, book club fiction as like a secondary choice. But if it's essentially a women's literature piece where it, it yes has romance in it, but it's not romance and it's about these women's storylines, then that's where it should be. I don't fuck the haters, basically, is what I'm saying. If it makes sense to be in women's fiction, put it in women's fiction because you will find the readers. The readers will come if they like that kind of stuff. And you don't need to please everyone. That's my 2 cents. And I hope that makes you feel a little bit better. I know it's hard to get over wanting to please everybody, but we can't please everybody. Not everyone is going to like what we write. But you it started raining. Sorry. I heard the rain. Um I don't, I don't even remember what I was going to say cuz I got distracted by the rain. But yeah, fuck the haters. Excuse my language, but okay, we're going to start this next sprint. So I'm going to go ahead and start the tree. I see yep, the 90s, miss those days, right? Like I'm all for inclusivity and having as many people be relatable to certain things. But I do feel like we get a little butthurt a little too much. And I miss these days where we didn't get offended by everything. But to each their own. Alrighty, we're going to go ahead and start this next sprint. I will see you guys in 25 minutes. Happy sprinting. Okay, and that was that sprint. How did we do? I am putting together a whole bunch of character sheets and whatnot, so that's what I've been doing. Let me get a new forest room going. Let's see. Let's do some lavender. Create room. New room code is 34CUEZ 6SG. 34CUEZ 6SG. It is now scrolling at the bottom of the screen. And there we go. Start break. Oh. I hope my brother-in-law is ordering food soon because I am starting to get hungry. Super hungry. I'm just gonna keep going with my list real quick while I wait for you guys to come back. Do you see a comment coming in? Nikki got 3 index cards done. Congrats, Nikki. Let's see. Tessa got her nebulizer meds done. Awesome. Let's see. Let's do this. God, I'm so hungry. So hungry. Okay, here's that. And let's see. Let's see. Are they still playing Pokemon? I bet you they are. Oh, they totally are. Claim reward. let's do. Okay. Praise. Oh my goodness. I'm so hungry. mm, 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 mm. Transfer those. Okay. Sorry, I'm like going through my Pokemon and seeing who I can transfer because I don't have any more room. So we can get rid of those. Let's see, it is 5:13. Why don't we do one more sprint, but I'm going to make it a longer sprint. Because I want to be off around 6 so that I can have like an hour and a half break before I come back on for my next stream. So let's do a 40-minute, 35-minute sprint. We'll just add 10 extra minutes to it. 35-minute. 3-5. That way we can still have some chit chat afterwards. And then hopefully my dinner will be here by then. Because let's see, 35 minutes would put us at 5:50. And then we have like a 10-minute chit chat. And then I'm going to get off for an hour and a half break to eat, walk around, replenish my drinks, and be back on here at 7:30 Central Time, which would be 5:30 Pacific, 6:30 Mountain, 7:30 Central, and 8:30 Eastern. So let me go ahead and change this to 35. And I will change that on the forest as well. Starting the forest tree now. And I will see you guys back in 35 minutes. Happy sprinting. Okay, and that was the last sprint. How did we do? We're gonna at least have that break going. That was the last sprint of this stream, but I am going to be back on at 7:30 my time, so that's going to be 5:30 Pacific, 6:30 Mountain, 7:30 Central, 8:30 Eastern. I'm going to be taking a break to finish eating, finish up doing some character work, walk around a little bit, refill my stuff, and tonight's stream will be focused on the actual writing portion. Hopefully, crossing my fingers. There are lots of comments, so let's go through that. Let's see. Got distracted, but settled back in and hopefully can work on uninterrupted for at least 45 minutes. Hoping that happened for you. Question, is your preference lots of chapter breaks or do you prefer long chapters? I know this may vary by genre, but generally speaking. I think I like more chapter breaks. But long chapters don't put me out. Like they're not a turn off for me. I can do either one. I think I just prefer the shorter chapters. But yes, it does depend on the genre. When it comes to like contemporary romance, those chapters tend to be shorter, I think, as to where like a fantasy romance tends to have longer chapters. Hi friends, this afternoon was crazy, but looking forward to the later stream. Yay! About to eat dinner and read my book for a bit. Yes, I'm going to be eating dinner soon too. Catching up on comments because I didn't feel great. Oh, I hope you feel better. I have read and written some bad romance as a ghostwriter. There are certain genres I don't love, of course, but I just really want characters that draw you in. Yes, characters that draw you in are super important. I like a lot of emotions in a plot and not just the spicy stuff. A little growth is always nice with characters. Yes, for me, I love the spicy stuff, but I also need there to be balance. I can't read an entire book that is basically just the spicy stuff. I personally like a 60% plot and character growth type of scenario and like 30% romance and then 10% of like whatever. And like not 30% romance, but I mean like 30% spice, if that makes any sense. Obviously romance is like 100%. But never mind. I think I completely ruined that. Of course, I write what clients are looking for in a book, even if I don't love it. That's the problem with ghostwriting, though. Makes me feel better about the romantic supply I have going on. At no point do we see anything risque, but there's kind of a fade to black feel to it. That's totally fine. That is actually one of the spice levels for romance. So there is like a sweet romance, which doesn't show any explicit scenes. Fade to black actually might be like the level 1 spice. I don't know. There is a few resources. I think we had them in the Discord at one point. So I remember talking about it on a previous stream, and I remember Katrina, yeah, spice scale. So I am going to copy this link. Here is a in the chat, I put a link for I think it's a blog post on one author's terminology on the spice scale. And there's definitely a lot of emotions between the two romantic characters as they are both single parents. One of them really has their guard up, but eventually spending so much time and seeing how good of a person he is melts her heart. Yes. And yes, Fade to Black is fine. There are plenty of readers out there who don't mind Fade to Black. I don't mind Fade to Black. But I also don't mind more. For me, I don't like it when the book is just spice. I definitely need a balance. What I love about him is he took care of his grandfather until the very end. When put in the position, he took on the role of being a single dad, and his job is to take care of his elderly woman, take care of her, and the way he maintains her house. That sounds awesome. I think it was because I had already started the sprint. I was a little worried because we don't see a bunch. I'm almost done. Bunch of kissing, sex scenes, or kind of sappy stuff, but I definitely think it still falls under romance as a subgenre. Yeah. If there's like a romantic subplot, then romance would be a subgenre for sure. I think if you like it the way it is, release it that way, you'll find readers. Exactly. That's what I said earlier. Market it the way that you feel is the correct, like, what the story actually is, and you will find the readers for that story. Not everything has to be contemporary college age romance. Exactly. I will never tell someone to write to market to sell books. Right. You want to write what you love and write what you want to read. Isn't it great to write what you're feeling and put it into a book? Selling is great, but so is loving what you write. Absolutely. I am a big advocate of loving what you write. I personally write what I want to read, rather than what is the new trend. If the new trend happens to be something that I do love, then that's awesome. But I ultimately write what I want to see out there. Because if I want to see it, there's likely others that want to see that too. Okay. Finally got my dog to settle down and sleeping, so I'm really hoping for the next couple of hours I can really focus and make some good progress. I've only got about 80 pages left to revise. That's awesome. Can't wait to write with y'all later. Yes. Super excited. Hoping to get about 20 more in. 6 o'clock. My alarm went off before the weekend. Nice. Same, Alex. This is one of my favorite streams. Oh, that makes me so happy to hear. Thank you. Ate dinner and filled out an index card. Awesome, Nikki. I got nothing done this sprint. He was being interesting. Well, this stream is a lot. Hopefully the next stream will be better for you. You're welcome. Oh. Fade to Black is where not necessarily not a lot of spice, but the explicit schmexy scene is behind closed doors. So the reader doesn't read that, but they know it happened. where things start to heat up and then close the door before there's any spice. Yes. More insinuated before the scene ends. Yes. Like in a movie, we may see the couple kissing and kind of hinting at stuff, but then we go to the next scene. Maybe we see them go to the bedroom together and the woman starts to take off her clothes, but we don't see nudity and we don't see anything explicit. We just kind of go to the next scene and it's insinuated that they did something explicit. No, because Fade to Black is you don't see the spice at all. Like the reader doesn't read about the spice. They can know that some spice had happened, but it's not explicitly on the page. Right. Yes, there are lots of books that don't have the spice. I'm actually considering going back to Fade to Black because spicy scenes take me ages. Yes, they do take you forever. They're fine, but they do take a lot out of you. Like it has to be perfect. Oh, like no actual details of the spice. The reader just knows what happens. Yes. Yes. Exactly. Sometimes it takes me 3 days to write one because it has to be just right. Yes. I have witnessed this of Katrina. There was one scene that literally took her at least 3 days to write because it wasn't working. I'm like mapping it out in my mind as I'm writing. Yes. All right, we are all caught up on the comments. I am going to call it for this sprint. I'm going to go eat. I am starving. I ate almost all of my fries, but I want my chicken sandwich. I will see you guys back in an hour and a half. So thank you for sprinting with me today, this afternoon, and I'll see you guys in a little bit. Have a good long break, and yeah, see you later.